Hello. Hello, hello, hello. My name is Sources Supreme. This is Final Fantasy XIV. Welcome back. For those who are new, I've been playing Final Fantasy XIV for a couple months now, and the last time we streamed, we finished the majority of the Endwalker MSQ. The only thing we have left is to speak with our comrades, and I had to end the stream a little early, hence why I haven't technically finished the MSQ. But we're going to do that right now, and then we're going to jump into the rest of the post MSQ as we approach the next chapter in Call Him As Journey. As you might also be able to tell, I've got new glamour. I figured now that we're done with our main arc, it's time we wear something a little different, something a little more adventure-y. And that's kind of the idea I've gone with here. We'll be able to see it a little better in the daylight, but if you guys do enjoy, do follow me on Twitch and on Twitter to stay notified of when I go live. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, Sources Supreme VOD, so you can stay caught up on any VODs that you might have missed. And yeah, thank you for the follow, Caitlin. Nice to see you. Good to meet you. Yeah, we're gonna... yeah, it's gonna be a good time. We're gonna keep playing here. We're gonna see what it's like. And I hope you'll be here to join me on this journey. It's been so much fun up until this point, and I won't be able to stream much going forward, but we'll make do. Without further ado, let's just get right into it. Call, thou hast spoken with our comrades. Though this parting be not forevermore, 'tis nonetheless occasion for sorrow. Akin to a pixie's path, the navigation of such farewells is a perilous endeavor indeed. For their part, however, the Loprits embark upon a new beginning. Though bereft of its purpose as a vessel, the moon yet remaineth hospitable for the creatures of Aetheris. Thus do our lunar visitors convene at the Forum, intent upon assigning some new and beneficial role to our solitary satellite. Yet ere that may come to pass, there is much and more each party must learn of the other, a process which doth promise to be eventful indeed. To that end, a cadre of Loprits hath gleefully dispersed across our lands in the name of mutual understanding. Hydaelyn, 'tis said, did imbue them with her love for all things born of this star. And 'tis Vanar's own nature, I believe, which doth manifest in this irrepressible, inexhaustible curiosity of theirs. Aww. Having witnessed that which they strove to achieve, I wish most keenly for their long labors to be rewarded, that their abiding affection for man result in a boon for all. Moreover, I hope to continue our acquaintance, and share in such knowledge as they see fit to impart. You are the first to truly understand them. Dost thou think so? The Loprits are certainly possessed of a unique outlook, and it hath been my pleasure to act as their facilitator upon this star. Mayhap I might yet serve as a bridge betwixt them and our fellow man, as Moonbrita once did for me. But I shall digress no further. This day should belong to the scions of the seventh dawn, and mine incomparable companions. Oft times hath mine reticence caused thy grief, and mine actions spurred allies to suspect betrayal. And yet, here amongst you I still stand. No amount of words could express my gratitude for thine acceptance and forgiveness. Thus, instead, I do proffer my humble support. Be it unto the deepest abyss or the highest heavens, even if I must needs founder across stormy seas, ever shall I answer thy summons. Aww. Oh, Ariange. Oh, seen to your preparations, have you? I'm just making another sweep of my belongings. Wouldn't do to find I've forgotten something halfway to my destination. Oh, in case you hadn't heard, we've received news reports detailing the devastation caused by the final days. It appears the situation is gravest in the land surrounding the Bounty, where the sky first began to burn. After that, the calamity was observed in the far north, and Garlemald in the frozen lands beyond. We also had reports of the heavens catching fire in isolated locations, one of which was an area in the Northern Empty. Had our quest taken any longer, Charlian too may have become under threat. Thank goodness it's over now. To be sure, blasphemies and lesser beasts may still be roaming about, but these localized cries should be well within the capacities of each nation to handle on their own. The scions are no longer needed. Which isn't to say that we won't help out where we can, of course. As individuals, no more of this order business. For my part, I'll be heading to Garlemald with Alphino. They were among the worst affected, and still need all the help they can get. It won't be easy. An inevitable part of aiding those in need is coming face to face with tragedy. Knowing it doesn't make it any easier, though. I'll curse my weakness, my inability to fix every problem and save every lost soul. But no matter how much it hurts, I won't give up. I'll do what I can for as many people as I can, begrudging no effort. And should I find myself discouraged, I'll remember you. Think back fondly to one of your many moments of triumph and the accompanying determined expression. Even those that still annoy me in retrospect, like when you activated the teleporter without warning. And should you hear about me, I want you to remember too. Remember that I'm out there somewhere, trying my very best. I look forward to hearing all about the legendary Alize Levier. Not that I'm trying to become famous or anything. That being said, the next time we meet, I'll be vastly improved. So don't be surprised when you find yourself marveling at me. Haha. Oh, Alize. Well, we'll start over here then. We'll do Graha next. Graha. Oh, Call. Might you have a moment to talk? With the Scion stepping away from the public eye, I've been left to consider what new endeavors I might pursue. After speaking with Cryo, I've decided I will be assisting her in rebuilding the students of Baldessian. Not only am I indebted to Master Galuf for giving me a new home, but had our order never existed, I would have never set foot within the Crystal Tower. How different my life might have been. I would have never met you, never become caretaker of the tower, never become a scion. You gave me the chance to do so much good, and I hope to continue to do so with the students. For an added benefit, new mysteries often find their way to our doorsteps. Mysteries that could prove ideal for fulfilling our promise, to embark on a new adventure together, unlike any we've ever experienced before. Oh, this music. It's so good. Whenever you have the time and inclination, my friend, I stand ready to accompany you unto the unknown. Do you recall, in the realm of the Omicrons, when I asked you if I thought maybe someday be mentioned in your epic? What's up, Swirly Joe? 'Tis true that to earn a place at your side would be the stuff of dreams. How you doing, Swirly Joe? In the end, nothing would give me greater joy than to stand with you in the here and now. It needn't be some grand endeavor. There needn't be a promise. Whenever adventure calls, I won't hesitate to invite you, and I hope that you will do the same for me. Without a second thought. Ugh. Huh. I'll hold you to that. As much as we've already seen, there's still so much we haven't. Who knows? Perhaps we'll even encounter survivors of the Omicrons somewhere out there. After all, given how they took to the stars, it isn't implausible that some found themselves far from home. And should we encounter a wayward traveler awaiting commands that will never come, I would bid them seek adventure with someone, and with that partner find a new purpose, a new dream. For if crystals can hold fast to dreams, why not Omicrons? Wherever your plans may lead, do not hesitate to send word, and should a commission of interest come my way, you'll be the first to know. Aw. In case you're wondering, Swirly Joe, this is the end of the first major story arc for this game. That was many, many years in the making. It's the second to last expansion that has currently released. There's technically more, but it's a completely new adventure and starting a whole new story. So I've played that much of the game. Gishtola! Oh, are we saying our farewells too? I hadn't at present planned on a journey of any great length. Not that I am adverse to a moment or two of quiet reminiscence. In fact, there was something I'd been meaning to ask you. Something that has been in my thoughts since the last flames of the final days subsided. What's the matter? During our travels, we have witnessed more than a lifetime's worth of oddities and spectacles. More than can easily be recalled or remembered. And nestled amongst those memories are certain essential facts. The history of Aetheris and the ancients. Glimpses of the era of their culture and philosophy. Rather than simply hoard such treasures in my mind, I wonder if I should not be disseminating them in formal records for wider consumption. Ah, interesting. When needed, I have penned reports and prepared briefings, but ever have I balked at the idea of binding the subject to my studies in a book or tablet. Truth is given shape and interpretation. When we seek to capture it with our words, it is invariably molded to fit a narrative, no matter how well intentioned the rendering. An event is described as sad, a summation which fails to express the emotional complexity, yet the word on the page is what endures, a pale shadow of reality. Throughout history, some have deliberately embellished the truth, but I believe many, if not most, deviations are the result of similar linguistic shortcomings, piling one upon the other until the end result is unrecognizable from its origin. Which is why I fear that writing an account in my own words would be akin to diluting fine wine with water. Interesting. Yet even with the potential for corrupted meaning, I do of course realize the importance of keeping written records. Without them, my search for wisdom would be a painful affair indeed. But what say you on this matter? Should I take up the quill, reflect upon those experiences only we have shared, and seek to preserve them for posterity? Aye, let them be read and remembered. Like you yourself said, imagine a world where it wasn't as so. If every culture didn't write, sure, you can't capture everything, but you need to write it down, because otherwise you just lose it. Very well then. I shall endeavor to pen what I can of the Ea and the ancients, and of so many other wonders. But I am no scribe. It would be less a polished work and more reordering of scattered notes. In any case, I feel much better for having sought your opinion. Left to our own devices, we tend to overthink such things. I will otherwise return to following where my curiosity leads. After all, a safe method of travel to the first yet eludes me, and our venture into the great expanse has prompted an entirely new set of questions. Should you stumble into the unknown, or struggle with some impenetrable mystery, know that I am at your beck and call. It never hurts to see things from a different perspective, and mine is rather different than most. I don't know how you actively disband something like this. I mean, beyond the fact that, oh, these are just the characters we've known for so long, like, no, these are not only characters we've known for so long, they're generally varied in skill, and they actually help solve a lot of different mysteries, but I guess there's not many mysteries to solve anymore? So strange. What could possibly on the horizon? Yes, Justinian? We're just staring at each other. If you have something to say, then out with it. Just wondering how I'll earn my keep now. Just worried about how you'll earn your keep now. Just worried how you'll earn your keep now. You talk as if the Scion's dissolution was more than mere pretense. There may be fewer calls to action, but we should be compensated as before. Why are you so concerned for me, anyway? In any case, I do not want for options, even if some are worse than others. No sooner did Emmerich hear about our disbandment than he offered me a position as a guardsman in the Imperium District. As the former Azure Dragoon, I'm guaranteed to be popular, he said. Who does he take me for? Even without his meddling, I'm perfectly capable of finding employment, and have. Oh? Some days ago, a Hainish envoy arrived with word from Vitra. The worm requests my presence as soon as things have settled here. He didn't deign to mention why I'm needed, but it pertains to dragons like as not. In Thavnir, like elsewhere, the phenomenon caused by the final days abated when you defeated Medion. Though it was too late for those who had already transformed, life is beginning to return to normal for the survivors. Of those who sought refuge in Sharlayan, most have already returned home. But many do not have a home to return to, nor loved ones. By an arrangement between Vitra and the Forum, such souls may remain in Sharlayan if they wish, to work and study. Vitra was always the satrap in truth. It's gratifying to see him become one in name as well. one who has the complete confidence of his people, if the envoy's tone was any indication. I often find myself speaking favorably of dragons of late. Not so long ago, I would have assumed his benevolence hid under ulterior motives, but 'tis clear he cares for his people, and they in turn revere him. To know such a nation may flourish is comforting. Vitra's kin sought release from conflict. So weary were they of the suffering it wrought, they surrendered to oblivion. But Midgard Soma didn't give up. In hope he made the journey to distant Aetheris with his clutch of eggs. And through his progeny went on to be embroiled in conflict with men. There were times when they were transcended hatred to abide in harmony. That is their legacy and their triumph. In my lance, I feel the weight of their struggle and the strength of their resolve, and it lends me strength. These things I might never have learned had I not joined you. Should you ever have need of me, I will come. At the very least, it might be an opportunity to earn coin. Estinian, my goat. He's my goat. Thancred, another one of my goats. Ah, champion and savior. I was beginning to think my chance for an audience would never come. Ahem. That sounded more amusing in my head. Speaking of heads, I was worried about yours, and the rest of you for that matter. On the mend, I trust. Glad to hear it. You were in a bad way, and healing magics or no, I'm impressed by how swiftly you recovered. Then again, 'tis hardly the first time you've cheated death. Your strength of will has never failed to astonish me. Look at what you've accomplished. Medeon defeated, her Song of Oblivion cut short, the source and all her reflections delivered from the final days. If you had faltered at the last, then all hope would have been lost, but you held fast. Now Reen has a tomorrow to look forward to, and I could ask no greater gift than that. As for a lesser gift, however, the next time you see her, I would appreciate you not describing my travel plans with Irianjay as aimless wandering. We've a purpose in our roaming, after all. Keep an eye on things in the absence of the scions on the world stage. There'll never be an end to the little problems that go unattended by nations. We'll do our best to help out where we can, where and when we can. Which, I suppose, is an approach not far removed from aimless wandering when you get down to it. Perhaps you could tell I'm faring well and leave it at that, eh? No need to mention this feeling of being uprooted. I've never been one to stand still for long, but when I think of home, 'tis the rising stones which comes to mind. How many times have we set out from this base, thence to return when our work was done? On the day the Scions came together, I only hoped for Minfilia to find a place where she belonged, but never did I expect to find one here for myself. Indulge me, Cole. I have a question for you, and imagine Minfilia herself is asking. Are you glad you joined the Scions? It's the best decision I've ever made. I can honestly say the same. But all good things must come to an end, at least for a time. Should you need any help, should you need a helping hand for infiltration or reconnaissance, you know who to ask. I'll come running, and you'll likely get a certain funny-talking fortune-teller into the bargain. Trial. Oh, Cole, how are you feeling? Any lingering aches or pains? I can't apologize enough for sending Xenos to find you in Ultima Thule. When he came to meet me in Charlian, I was truly torn. As ever, there was only one thing on his mind. Forced to make a decision, I reasoned that if he would not be deterred from seeking you out, he might at least aid us in our cause, and so I struck a bargain. In the end, he was true to his word, and you defeated him despite your earlier exertions. But knowing the state you were found in, it could have ended very differently. My decision almost cost you your life, and no words could express the remorse I feel. It worked out. You did the right thing. It is a relief to hear you say that. Thank you. Time and time again, I've been made to feel woefully inadequate. I wasn't much use in battle, nor could I face the Forum without my nerves getting the better of me. It always fell to you and the others. I must, and will, do better. And I shall begin with the restoration of the students of Baldessian. Through our work, Charlian will strengthen its ties with other nations, that we may be better prepared to face whatever threats arise in future. Of course, this isn't something I can accomplish alone, but thankfully I have the staunchest help of Raha and Ojika, and our other remaining members. Together, we'll continue Grandfather's work. As before, certain commissions will take us to dangerous locales, and we may need to call upon seasoned adventurers. In such times, might you be willing to assist us? Not because you feel obliged, mind you, but because you feel a lure for the task itself. Ooh, you just moved. You bought a new car. Oh, that's cool. Me too, Swirly Joe. I just realized my chat isn't up. Oh no, it's behind there. Let me... Oop. There we go. Alright. Sorry about that. Moving up some stuff on OBS. Marvelous. Should something of interest arise, I shan't hesitate to reach out to you. Until that day, I shall endeavor to become a more dependable comrade. Aw. It's okay, Cryle, you do so much. You really do. Your knowledge is amazing. You have a lot of insight. Alphino. Oh, Cor. Pray, forgive me for delaying the gathering. I was writing a letter, you see, to my parents. As busy as Father has been, tending the aftermath of the Exodus, he has been good enough to show concern for the Scions. And besides, I've made them worry enough for a lifetime. Henceforth, I will endeavor to write as often as I'm able. A little effort to set the minds at ease while we continue to be away from Charlian. I just heard me too. Huh? Did you move to... No, I did not move. I have not moved. Both Alize and I are off to assist with Garlemald's recovery, you see. Though uncertainty remains over what will become of the nation, we cannot leave the capital in its present state. We will rejoin those members of the Ilsabard contingent still stationed there. Lucia and Maxima helm the relief effort, with support from our allies, the people of Garlemald among them. They will gradually be joined by those who have finished retreating the temperate across the land. Lest you misunderstand, we do not seek redemption for failing Lucinia and her sister. That is a burden we must always bear. Nay, we go because of the truth in Lord Quintus's words. The truth that, whatever ideals individuals may espouse, nations are not moved to action unless they stand to benefit. For the foreseeable future, the fallen empire will be at the mercy of both internal and external forces. And though I do not doubt the intentions of the contingent, with greater power involved in the relief effort, our allies may well find themselves drawn into a political agenda. In going, we seek to ensure that the needs of the people come first, to understand their hearts, that we might better help them to begin anew. You'd best write me too. Write you letters? Of course. I would be glad to do so. But I would be gladder still were you to come and visit, and I believe I speak for Alizé as well. For fairly as long as I've been in Eorzea, you've been at my side, watching over me in good times and in bad. How many times we've gathered to share tidings, none could possibly keep count. The world is changing and will continue to do so, yet no matter what the future brings, I hope that I can ever look to you. In good times and in bad, as a dependable comrade and dear friend both. Thank you, Cole, from the bottom of my heart. Where do we go? What do we do? Tataru. Spoken your fill, have you? If so, I'm thinking to send everyone off. Leave the rising stones. With your permission, then. Your attention, please. At risk of spoiling the mood, the time of departure is upon us. In my capacity as your receptionist, I bid you all safe journeys. Till next we meet, be well. Wind-up heroes. Argos horn. Aw, Argos. Endwalker footfalls, orchestron, flow orchestron. Aw. Come on, you know who this hero is. Aw. Aw. Aw.
I suppose we're off to Garlemald then. Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Where will you all be heading next?
Dravania. There is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the Great Google Library.
Oh.
And I can think of at least one person who will be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Sharlayan before we set off.
We had thought to ask after the Loporrits. I am curious as to how well those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
Commissions have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest.
Awesome.
Estinian, you will return to Rads at Han, will you not?
Aye. For Vritra's benefit, though I've yet to hear the details. I may not stay long.
I see. Then it is here the Scions at last part ways, each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
Perhaps. But I believe one of our number, a rather important one at that, has yet to divulge his plans.
Oh. Yeah.
Quite right.
Indeed.
Fair point.
So, what's next for our humble adventurer?
Oh. Was that Midian? Aw. Flying around Mordona. The Crystal Tower. Fiend. Yet stand tall, my friend. Our journey will never end. That's what it says behind me. Hey, isn't that... That is. It's Elpis.
The constancy of this place never ceases to amaze
Oh.
me. An ocean of souls, shimmering and eternal.
It's Elidibus.
And yet, something stirs.
But this was in the past, so surely this isn't alluding to something new.
Yes. Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night. The beast hungers.
Hmm?
Alas, I dare not investigate in earnest before the coming of my guiding star, as he foretold.
What?
We shall descend to the depths, you and I, to confront the dread beast Pandemonium.
Oh, okay, this is the raid setup. I see.
Sights we shall see. The sights we shall see.
Okay. I was like, what? What is happening? But this is just set up for the raid. That's cool. I like doing that. I like when they do that. You have completed the main scenario quest Endwalker. Quests to unlock new content have now become available in Old Charlian. You now enter dead ends with a party of NPC avatars, Restwell, Champion, and Aetheris, for many and more adventures await you. Well, that's a wrap. Delve into myth. What is delve into myth? What's that? To undertake this quest, you must first clear floor 50 of the Palace of the Dead. To gain access to... No, I know, I've already done that. Is that... Hang on a sec. Don't tell me that's... Is... Delve into myth sounds like it would be... The required quest for... But what level is it? It's level 81. What could that possibly be about? Also, sing me another song? Dungeon requirement, second coil. What is this? What is this? Huh? Beloved by the Builder? I don't remember seeing that either. Or was that always there? Oh, you don't look like somebody I recognize. No longer a collectible, that I kind of think was there. No, okay, these are here. Those are the souls for crafters. That is very clearly Newfound Adventure is... Yeah, that's the next main scenario quest. We're not going to do that. But where... This delve into myth requires me to have completed Palace of the Dead, which I have not, unfortunately. I'll probably try to do that with people. Is there a way for me to see what quest I could unlock anywhere? Also, wait, Newfound Adventure would be... Yeah, that's technically the post-story quest. We can do that. But I'd like to go and see what I have unlocked. I'd like to unlock the, what's it called? The... Trials. Yeah. The extreme trials for the story. Those are somewhere. Whoa. Okay. There's quite a lot here. An odd job. Wandered Charlian as a minstrel. Yeah, that's the wandering minstrel for sure. That was always there. It's always there. What is this one? Seeking Sanctuary? What is Seeking Sanctuary? Okay, that's Island Sanctuary. That's lifestyle content. That's not needed right now. What is Cut the Cheese? Putting the cheese. That is a bonus endgame dungeon. Okay, we can do that later. That's not as important. The Crystal from Beyond? What is the Crystal from Beyond? Oh, okay, that's the raid. Alright, where No Loppert has gone before. That is, I believe, the other endgame dungeon. And then the Wanderer. Okay, I know where all of these are now. I'll be doing a majority of these not right now, because I don't want to actually do them right now. I'll unlock those on my own time. But I do want to unlock the Wandering Minstrel just because it's fun. He's got fun dialogue. He's fun to voice. There is... Who should stand before me but the savior of the very star? The inimitable, ender of the end. Your deeds are sung far wide, my friend. As I understand it, your quest for the world's salvation brought you to Charlian. I too am here on a quest of sorts, the quest for musical inspiration. Alas, magnificent though this repository of knowledge may be, I find there is only so much inspiration I can derive from tomes. But where tomes alone fail to inspire, living words may yet spark the imagination. So I beg of you, will you not regale me with your tale of your quest to deliver the star? If such an adventure isn't fit to be an epic, I would not know what it is. Drawing upon both your first-hand account and the knowledge I attain here, I believe that I should be able to weave the most marvelous of verses. Should you be willing, pray, let me know. I shall continue my research here in the meantime. Greetings, my friend. If you have a tale to share, this minstrel is all ears. Wow, about Zodiark. Oh-ho! What manner of thrilling adventure might this be? Good gods! A battle on the moon with Zodiark, eldest and mightiest of primals. I pride myself on my imagination, but your feats transcend aught my mind could possibly conceive. Against all odds, you struck down the puissant being. Yet triumph quickly turned to tragedy, for Zodiark's fall proved to be the trigger for the final days. Yes, yes, the words well up within me. Pray, lend them an ear. Born of ancient man, a divinity was freed. Their hopes unrequited, they knew no reprieve. Born of mortal men, a champion did arise, ascending to the heavens, ruination to defy. That the ancients should sacrifice half their number to save the star, the strength of their resolve makes me tremble in admiration. Even as it saddens me to think that one of their own would seek to lay it all to waste, so deep was his despair. Not having lived their lives, I feel decidedly unworthy to speak of their hearts. Better that than the whole truth remain with you, and you alone. Let it suffice for me to honor a fragment of their hopes and dreams in song, that their lives in sacrifice may ever be remembered. Minstrel's Ballad, Zodiark's Fall. Whoa. That's probably gonna be like a true Zodiark, huh? Oof. Yikes. These trials are gonna be hard. Greetings, my friend. If you have a tale to share, this minstrel is all ears. Talk about Heidelin. This promises to be a most rousing adventure. In order to prove your readiness to avert the final days, you undertook a trial imposed by no less a being than the will of the star, Heidelin herself? It staggers the mind to imagine such an encounter, to say naught of the thousand of years that Vana had resolved to wait. Yes, I dare say I have a song. You will listen to it now, of course. Though eons apart, two kindred souls met. Apart they would walk in all life to protect. Eons thence their paths would converge, as goddess and mortal to silence the dirge. For time beyond counting, Heidelin waited for you in patience and faith, and when at last you were reunited, even as she desperately wished for you to surpass her, she knew she could not hold you back. She knew she could not hold back, and did not. Hers was an unenviable burden and a noble sacrifice. Tears well in my eyes to imagine the hardship she must have endured. But it comforts me to know that her long journey was not in vain, that her hopes passed on to you. This tale is an epic among epics, and full honored am I to be given the chance to weave a song for it. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Aww. Heidelin's Call. Zodiark's Fall, Heidelin's Call. Man. Greetings, my friend. If you have a tale to share, this minstrel is all ears. The End Singer. A battle at the edge of existence, you say? Against a fearsome being known as the End Singer. It goes without saying that I should like to hear about this. Pray, recount to me the tale of your mission from beginning to end. Boom, 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 boom. Good gods! I had known about the chaos of the final days, but never could I have imagined the events which brought them about. I do wonder, though, where might this Ultima Thule be located? Huh? Lest you misunderstand, I speak not of its physical location. If we wish to know that, I dare say we could have the coordinates from the Loporits. Nay, my friend, what I speak of rather is its essence. According to your description, 'tis a space where emotions dictate reality. It seems to me that, in such a place, it would be nigh impossible to draw a line between what is real and what is felt. In nature, there's a phenomenon wherein the structure of a massive object may resemble that of something diminutive. Might it not be possible, then, that the structure of the sea of stars resembles that of the heart of mind, the complex mechanisms that govern our feelings? On the assumption that it is so, I am led to wonder, what was the true nature of the Endsinger? What was it exactly that you defied at the end of existence? These are just the wild ramblings of a minstrel. Pray, do not lose sleep over it. It actually poses an interesting question for once. Still, I must say that the idea of an entity that hoards despair has quite roused my imagination. For instance, had the Endsinger succeeded in gathering but a few more stars worth of despair, nay, perhaps even that of a few more souls, might the outcome have been different? Yes, I believe I shall explore such an eventuality in song. Oh. Huh? Excuse me? The light of hope kindled by your comrades is brilliant. Alas, so dark is the despair you face, not even that candle can pierce it. An inexorable verse of oblivion, performed at the farthest reaches of existence. I shall name it the Endsinger's Aria. Oh. Huh? Endsinger's Aria. Okay. That sounds like a scary quest. Well, now that we know where all of these are, and considering I'm not really going out of my way to... What is this? What is an odd job? What is an odd job? Oh, whoops. Hello, how may I help you? You're Kohima, aren't you? Aha! I thought I recognized that heroic mien. How wonderful to meet you. The name's Osman. I'm a gleaner, as you may have surmised, mostly specializing in the collection of rare and curious books, and it would seem fate has brought us together. Uh-huh. My work has given me an appetite for well-crafted stories, you see, but recently I've struggled to find any truly engaging material. So I thought to myself, why waste all this time bemoaning the lack of quality literature when you could be writing the exact kind of tales you enjoy? Which is why I'm so excited to be speaking with the vaunted champion of Call. If I could convince you to share some of your minutiae of your adventures, it would lend my fiction an undeniable authenticity. Ooh. Let me tell you the time I was just starting out. Oh, what is this? Let me tell you about the time I was just starting out. I didn't mean to continue this quest, but... Also, it seems to be a variant dungeon quest list. Interesting. Well, that was a complete waste of... Osman? Are you actually chatting? Scholar above, it's a miracle! And here I thought you capable of little more than grunts and sighs. Ah, may I introduce Shallow Moore, my colleague and eternal tormentor. Oh, come now. It's just a bit of playful banter. Trisent and I could use some good humor after failing to track down our quarry. I'll be damned! Call! This is an honor, and an incredible stroke of luck. You are the very person we've been searching for. If you'll indulge me for a moment, I'll explain the situation at hand. As you know, Charlene was charged in antiquity with fulfilling a sacred duty, a duty which kept the Gleaners buzzing to keep it to and fro like angry hornets. Aye, we would complete one grudging list of procurements only to be handed yet another, then another. The work was all we knew. But now that those days are behind us, the tasks have slowed to a trickle, and we find ourselves, well, strangely idle. Thus, the guildship, in its wisdom, has forged a partnership with the Adventurers Guild. We now have a system in place where odd jobs from other countries can be funneled here to us in Charlian. The tasks they pass on to us are, for the most part, not your average gleaner cannot handle. There is one client, however, who has asked for you specifically, and as the Adventurers Guild has no official presence in our city, we agreed to the odd job of facilitating that request. Think of us as their substitute Charlian branch, if you will. In any case, I'll be here at the counter, ready to provide you with the details. It doesn't appear to be an urgent matter, so feel free to engage the request whenever your schedule allows. Oh, and be sure to browse Tristan's wares. He has a special collection available to anyone who takes part in our odd job enterprise. Interesting. Ah, call. I didn't quite get the chance before Shalomore commandeered the conversation, but I wanted to thank you for indulging me with your stories. Do you think we might talk again sometime? I should love to hear how this odd job of yours turns out. Sure. Interesting. So this is like adventures. As a result of the partnership between the Adventurers Guild and the Gleaners Guildship, you are now able to accept an odd job from Shalomore at the peristyle. And you get Guildship Exchange. I have a special range of goods on offer for our odd job contributors. The historic artifacts you would like to find are far more interest to us than an ordinary guild. Huh? Interesting. Well, because this is what I said I wanted to do, we're going to continue the main story quest. Because I have to. And the reason I say I have to is more so because I know for a fact now that pretty much starting next week, I am not going to have as much time anymore to stream, just in general. So because of that, I'd like to do as much as I can before next week. That way at least I can stream and progress through Dawn Trail and then have other things to do, and it'll be a little easier to stream 14 when I'm not doing story, because it's kind of hard to stream while doing story. And I say that mostly because I'd want to do it in longer stretches of time and not shorter, and because of work starting, I'm not going to have long stretches of time like how I did for Endwalker, right? So, yeah. Also, I just remembered, I gotta use these. Leader of the band, what is that? Oh, add 50 unique things, okay. Also, I can change my title to Endwalker, and I'm doing that. You can't tell me otherwise. I'm gonna do it. Mayhoo. And I want to look at both of these, because, yeah. Minion. The minion we just unlocked. Aww. There once was a woman who selflessly served her fellow man as Azim. Even after stepping down, she continued in this mission, and went on to become a divinity that hope may endure. This mammoth was made in her honor. 'Tis time for action, ancient hero. Aww. That's a favorite. That's instantly a favorite, for sure. And then let's read Argos's. Created by Venat, this dog-like familiar lends his back only to those who have won his favor, which you already had by the time you first met him in Mare Lamentorium, owing to the quirks of time travel. Gosh, he's a fast doggy. Well, that's fun. Let's continue. Oh, how lovely to see you again. If you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? Sure. Take a seat then, and I'll find us something to nibble on as well. Oh, Tataru. Remember to drink water. It's good and important. Aww. It's M.
It's so much quieter these days without everyone around.
Aww.
Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand. I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors. Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it. What about you? Any plans for the immediate future?
A grand new adventure, of course.
Traveling to the edge of existence and back wasn't enough? Well, if that's the case, I might have a suggestion for you.
Oh?
You fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again, and travel the world in search of wonder.
You're right. Who knows what mysteries are still waiting to be discovered? That's a great idea. Where to start? It's a great idea, but where to start?
Oh, with so many exciting places to choose from, it's hard to narrow it down. But I believe I have the perfect destination in mind.
Oh?
Thavnair. That's where you should go next.
Oh? How come?
I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radzat the last time you were there.
Oh, yeah.
What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Vritra would be pleased to see you.
It's pretty true. Give me a moment. I need to look at this. I'll be right back. I apologize. I had to deal with that. But I'm back. Okay. Alright.
Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance. Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the bounty?
Oh. The ruins beneath the water of the bounty.
As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Oh, is there something special there? Specifically for us? Ooh.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world.
I'm an adventurer at heart.
In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress. Shouldn't take much longer now, though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
Okay. You're the best, Ataru. Oh, there she goes. Weaving.
Stitch in here and trim in there. Knot the threads with love and care. Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement. I am one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims. Don't worry. I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across.
Whoa, we're falling asleep though.
Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
Huh? Excuse me? Is that? What is that?
And thus I am returned.
Excuse me? Newfound adventure. That's what it says. Newfound adventure. Oh, wow. Come on. That's so weird, man. We were literally just... we were sitting at a table with Tataru as she's humming about making a new piece of clothing for us. And then we get that.
Ah, you're awake.
Tataru had a nightmare.
My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing. You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga?
Definitely wasn't a pleasant dream.
Either way, I promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
Cool. No. Alpha! We found him. Hi, Alpha. Good to see you, buddy. Observe as the artiste refines her piece into a masterpiece. And no napping this time. I only need a moment. You'll see. A little more room in the shoulders. Open up the cuffs. A final adjustment to the hem. All done. Let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Ooh. Well, what do you think? Doesn't it just scream ready for a bold new adventure? It does. It does. It looks great. I'm so glad you approve. You've outdone yourself, Tataru. Thank you. Oh, stop. You'll make me blush. If you really want to thank me, though, all I ask is that you wear this on your travels. Or at least anywhere lots of adventurers might gather. They'll look to you, a famous hero, and wonder, wherever did he purchase those stylish yet practical garments? And before you know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing over each other to place orders at Satoru Taro's boutique. Mwahaha! I can hear it now! The merry clink-clink of gil overflowing my coffers. Sweet music to my ears. This is a pretty awesome outfit. I feel kind of upset at how I created this outfit that I'm currently wearing when they just give me this one. How could I not wear this one? Burgeoning merchant empires aside, you must be excited to start a fresh chapter of your life. New places to go, new peoples to meet. I often wonder how you remember all your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. Oh, maybe you should start doing just that. You never know when some odd past detail might become relevant, or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better part of the past decade. Something to keep in mind, in any case. Collection expanded, the Unending Codex. Ah, look at that. Tataru Taru. Oh wow, look at that. That's a lot. Silence of the Seventh Dawn. The Final Days. Wow. That's pretty cool. Okay. The Unending Codex is now available under Collections in the Duty section of the main menu. New entries for prominent terms and characters will be added to the codex as you progress through the main scenario quest. Alright, well, I mean, we have to see how this all looks now. Where is it? Oh, there wasn't a headpiece, right? And this seems to be all out of sort for some reason. Good. Alright, so we do... Where is it? Try on. Save. I want to see what it looks like on me. Oh, that looks pretty good. It looks pretty dang good. Can I dye it? Enable dye preview. Oh, I can. Too brown. No. Nah. It's not a bad blue. If we apply it. Oh, excuse me. It's not bad. What isn't matching? Maybe this. That's looking a little better. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, there are 2 dye channels. Holy, it's the first time. It's the first time I've seen a double dye channel. No. Nah. Remove. The no color. I actually think the brown looks pretty good. But having double dye channel is actually huge. That's pretty good, honestly. What's the dye preview for this? Where's the second one? Is it the lace? It is the lace. Okay. That can be... I think that could be... the normal is actually a little bright. I'd prefer something darker. Like that. It's not like you can see it, but... What color would I want the cloak? If I change this back to its original color and then messed with the cloak, what looks pretty good? Oh, because it's got the edge too. That's odd. No, I don't think the shiny works. It's too shiny. Well, we'll look at this in my own time. In my own time, I'll go through and look at that. I do still like my casual outfit. My adventuring outfit that I did come up with myself. I think it looks pretty good. So we'll get back to that. As a former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Scions, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best places to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Thavnir, I suggest you explore your options at Mirid's Mahan, the finest drinking establishment in Razatan. Charm the employees, and they'll not only point you in the direction of local tale-tellers, but also share with you the tricks for loosening their tongues. Now, I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, Carl, and may fair fortune find you. Whoa. That chocobo looks crazy. Came rushing in here. Urazatan. Bah. Opa. Oh yeah, is there anything in this city that's new? A place to train. Oh right, I have all of the oh yeah, I have those. Those are pretty important. All of the class quests. I'd like to see what this is though. A place to train? Oh, I know what this is. Okay. Hail, adventurer. I had sincerely hoped you'd mind to return to this fair city of ours someday. After all, it is thanks to you and the Scions that I'm standing before you now. As a token of my gratitude, I wish to share something useful with you. Although I shan't be the one to do the sharing, seek out my sharp-eyed comrade at Palaka's stand for further details, adventurer. Godspeed. Yeah, I know what that is. That is 100% the... This. What's it called? The Burning Fiend. The Burning Field. Or the Stone Sky Sea of Endwalker. Yeah, that's cool. I'll unlock it. I'll unlock it. Aha! You must be the adventurer I've heard so much about. Yes, that gleam in your eyes suggests you might be worthy of the Burning Field after all. Whoa! What the heck? I skipped like 3 things of dialogue by accident. I was just moving the camera. I hate it when that happens, man. You'll find no distractions there, just you and the wooden dummy. Imagine that a fearsome foe stands before you and strike it with all your might. The design of the dummy itself originates from the Far East, as does the practice of bashing it repeatedly to attain martial mastery. It is said that he who fights with strength of stone unyielding breathes deep the boundless sky and embraces serenity of rolling sea. Against him, nothing can stand. I know that. Heh, I can tell you're eager to start training right away. Yes, I've no doubts you're worthy of such a place. In that case, feel free to practice there as you see fit. Simply speak with me when you wish to begin, and I shall be your guide. I believe I speak on behalf of the Radiant Host when I say it is an honor to provide assistance to an adventurer such as yourself. And with that, let the striking commence. Alright. You now have access to the Burning Field, an expansion of Stone Sky Sea. This training ground can be accessed by speaking with the Sharp-Eyed Radiant at Palaka's stand. Yup. Alright, back to Razatan. Razatan. Cool. Welcome to Mirad's Mayhem. Oh, hello. I did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me find you a table. Ruins beneath the bounty? Would you be speaking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular, a historian in fact, who could tell you all about it. Ah, there he is. Professor Jalheen. I thought I saw him come in. Although a somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mayhen's unique beverages. Offer him any drink from our selection, and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek, and a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy him is on the house, by the way. If Merid found out I took coin from Thavnir's savior, she would have me scrubbing pots for a week. Backflips towards you. Yes. following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty fighter registration. Ah, it's going to be a talking simulator. Let's go. And what may I do for you, my Eorzean friend? Oh, just a friendly chat. How about a drink? Well, I certainly say no to a drink freely offered. Here we are, one of Merid's finest. Enjoy. Ah, lovely. Bottoms up. They can't show drinking. Dalheen empties the cup in a single pool. Whoa. That's a big cup. Alcoholic. That was very kind of you, sir. But when I know when I'm being softened up. What is it you want from me? Oh, chasing down that old tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurers at heart. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Azaldal? He was Khan of the Ari tribe which sailed to Thavnir from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Razathan. I remember briefly. His decision to aid the Arkasodra is what ultimately won them the war against the Gajasura, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation for this thriving city-state. The truly fascinating story, however, concerns his grandson, Azaldal III, who is known for his deeds as satrap in Razathan's earlier days. Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely, and returned with glittering riches, others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there's the tale of the sunken vault, the one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Azaldal III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Razathan, folk would remember that tale of hidden treasure. Hardy souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle in... Oh, my cup appears to be empty. Millie, another round for the professor. Ha! I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. This drunkard. Another for the professor. Oh ho ho! Today was a splendid day to visit the Mayhem. Dalheen gulps down his newest drink with gusto. Where were we? Yes. Those who did return from seeking the treasure vault flatly refused, to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to feed the legend, and the golden lures grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something Azama was saying. Azama's a fellow connoisseur of spiritus portables. Yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't been since he set sail, I hear, but he did have... No, I can say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my word sent you to your death, I could never live with myself. I'm no stranger to peril. Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale then. What manner of dangers have you faced? the very edge of existence. From anyone else, I'd struggle to believe it, but I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. A drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Millie, more of the same, if you please. As you wish, but this one is on your coin, Professor. Jolene drinks yet another cup dry. Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose it would hurt to share a little more. This friend of Azama's, he was desperate to buy a treasure map, one which showed the way to an entrenched of the vault. Seems he could only get it from some merchant. What's his name? I forget. Let's drink a toast to you, my new best friend. Millie, more drinks! Signal for water instead. Water. Water. Wink. Your drink, sir. Your drink, sir. Ah, marvelous. I am parched. Jolene gulps down the cup of water. That was water. Did you tell her to bring me water? Still, that's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My head will certainly thank you in the morning. Look, I seem to have overindulged. I put in mind of the words of Master Jalzan. Be wary how much of the drink you swallow, lest it swallow you. Jalzan? Oh. Forgive me. I will subject you no more to these unseemly antics. If you want to speak with Azama, well, as I said, we'd share a taste for the Mayhen's fine spirits. He probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune. You appear to have learned all that Jalheen has to share regarding the undersea vault. To find out more, you will need to locate a man by the name of Azama. That's hilarious. There he is. He said Jalzen. Jalzen is the guy that helped us get our Zeta weapon. Yes, I am Azama. And who might you be? All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of Alzadal's legacy. I've been watching for his sails ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding that vault. And that look in his eyes. I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting Alzaldo III's otherworldly hoard, and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you too, that appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. But I'll not attempt to turn you from the path. I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I'll tell you what my friend told me. How he convinced a merchant in the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, one Zashal, I believe, is selling a map which shows the exact route. But my friend's purse was too light for its exorbitant price. What with meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the Bounty, and within those ruins hides a path to the vault deep below. If you truly intend on seeking Alzadal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home. Oh. That's rough. Ooh, what was that? Who's there?
Please, Ashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
It's fake. Come on.
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness?
So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake?
That sounds like, what's his face?
What have you to offer in payment?
The pirate dude.
As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name. This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Arzadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
A map to Alzadal's legacy.
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage.
I don't know.
You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly.
I don't know.
This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away. Be glad I am no such king, boy. Your scrawny-eyed had never return with that treasure alive.
Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map! Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoard
He's
they
in
stand
on it.
to uncover.
He's just in on it. This kid is in on it. Come on. I'm not gonna fall for that. But he might. Oh no, Estinian, don't do it. Estinian. Oh no, he spotted him.
What of you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
Estinian, don't do it. Estinian. No.
A fortune, you say?
No, Estinian.
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would
Gosh.
never want for
He's
food.
gonna fall for it. Estinian, no, please.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price?
Oh, Estinian. You got scammed, buddy.
Well met, my friend. Someone is dressed for adventure.
I am. Thank you.
But why Favner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping.
The
Ruins beneath the bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but
if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
And now I've fleeced one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
It's like, that was the hero of the final days. Why'd we do that?
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure.
You seem eager to be underway.
Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself. If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days. I hope to do for Thavnir what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove.
Aw, yeah, that's nice.
Come now. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits. Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant.
Oh, so you were able to gather that much, okay.
Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims.
You're not as bad as I thought. Never mind, you've grown. You knew, you did it on purpose. Okay, I'm happy.
Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough.
Aww.
Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent. Whether the map leads us to the vault or not.
Aww. He was much better with money than we were expecting. Good job, Estinian. You're the
You are coming along, yes?
Naturally. Heck yeah.
I thought as much.
Awesome!
Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
Estinian has been added to the Unending Codex. Hang on, I want to read that. Was it under here? Duty recorder? No. Logs? No, what was here? Collection? Ah, collection. Estinian. Scion of the Seventh Dawn. Dragoon. Estinian Varlano. Estinian called Wormblood by many, once led his orders as renowned as a Dragoon. Aww. This is great. Wow, this has got a lot. He's got a long page. It's great. What is the Mogpendium? Huh. Field records. What are these? I don't remember having these. Anywho. You recall I spoke of visiting Thavnir at Vrich's request? Well, he finally invited me to a feast, and made his proposal once I was too full of Hainish delights to refuse. He wishes me to train the Radiant Host in lance work. But that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Matsuya is a fisherman by trade, yes? We should head to Akiali, and see if he can help us. Excuse me. That's cool. We're gonna go see Matsuya. That's awesome. I actually really like that. I like that we get to go see Matsuya again. Whoa, striking dummies. I don't remember these being here. Great. That's cool to know. I'm not used to having flight in this area. Pretty awesome. Matsuya! My friends, what brings you to our humble village? So, you need a seaworthy vessel to seek out these ruins. Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here, and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. The kid keeps following us. Have you noticed our little shadow? He's been following us since we left the city. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. Ah, it is you. Do you know how far out of our way we walked so that you would not cross paths with some wild beast? I'm sorry, sir, but you aren't the heroes aren't you the heroes who saved Thavnir? You are. I know you are. And I've gone and cheated you. I worked with Zal Shaw, you see, a map merchant. It's my job to play the pleading orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done and beg for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would never have... well, we'd be... Enough. I knew your game. I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase, as it turns out, but my friend here was seeking those very ruins. You are kind to overlook the wrong I have done to you. But there is more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard Zal Shaw selling the information to another customer. He told that man where he needed to search, about the ruins, about the vault, about everything. Then the man sailed out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you, maybe even a whole army. I do not doubt the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us, there is little we cannot overcome. Please, I cannot bear the thought of... We might need a hand moving the treasure. Assuming we find any. Still, it may prove wise to bring some companions along all the same. Any ideas of whom to approach? The scions have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. Alphonse and Alizé are relatively nearby. Thancred and Urianger is arguably the most free. Graha and Kryl, not so much. I think Thancred and Urianger, because they're probably the most free, going around literally just searching for stuff to help with, so... Thancred and Urianger, huh? Those two would answer our call, certainly. But they left the Rising Stones with a definite task in mind, and I'm loath to interrupt their self-appointed mission. Grahati and Cryo, then. Aye, Cryo may have her hands full rebuilding the Scions, but if you reach out to Graha, he would surely leap at the invitation. Will that set your mind at ease?
Yes, if that man is as strong as you. Is he though? Strong, I mean?
What's your name, boy?
Mirad, sir.
Well, Mirad, your life is yours to live as you will, but I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe.
I'm not proud of what I do. Well, what choice do we have? We need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans.
Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates.
Thank you, sir.
Call me Estinian.
Aw. So Graha was the choice. I was thinking Graha first, but I figured, well, he's stationed with Cryo in that response, so I don't think he'd show up if he's with Cryo, because he'd be doing whatever the students of Baldessian are trying to do. And that's why I went with Thancred and Ranger, because their whole thing was literally just going around. And I figured this would also technically fall under their thing, but I guess not, according to Estinian. Oh wait, yeah, I wanted to... Lunar Envoy's Weapon Coffer. Item level 630? What's it look like? Cool. Cool. New weapon. How's it look? That's cool looking. It's super big on the item level upgrade. It's like crazy. Ooh, food. I shall leave you to recruit Graha. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based at the Annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Let us be off too, Mirad. Do me a favor and don't stray far from the path. Bum, 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 bum. Awesome. No, I want... This one. Oh, that's the raid. Never mind. You start the raid, good sir. But I'm not ready for that. I still need to do the Shadowbringers raid. Oh, look who it is. Welcome back, Cole. What might the students do for you? Looking for Graha. Graha? Yes, he's in the main hall with Mistress Cryo. They've been holed up in there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break. Hey guys.
Ah, Urgica, my good man. Would you be so kind as to...
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
Maybe you should take a break then. How's the restoration of the students coming along?
Slow and steady. Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We were able to locate several accounts in the archives of Numenon, but the bulk of our documents was lost along with the Isle of Fowl.
But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around?
Well, you see.
The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition. I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which, I had hoped to ask for your assistance.
Oh?
Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned.
Look at him standing there.
You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already.
Oh, Graha.
Have you asked anyone else to come along?
Not yet.
Then might I suggest we invite your Stola?
Sure.
Ever since the Scions disbanded, she spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Gooble Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Sharlayan the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenon. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say.
That's pretty true, yeah.
Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger. He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like.
Okay.
From what I can gather, the Loporrits are looking to make improvements to their own creation, and wish to learn more about how we build things down here. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
Okay.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Okay. We do need a healer.
Safe travels, you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
Of course.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
It does make me think that this will likely be a situation where Graha is our tank, Urianger is our healer, and then we have to pick between Estinian and Y'shtola. Oh, I'm gonna probably end up picking Estinian. Because he's just kind of like that. He's just built that different. You know? Oh, it's Pudding Way. That's funny. So now the Loporrits are just around everywhere. That's awesome. I've grown to be more accustomed to the Loporrits now. I'm not as adverse to them anymore. I think I was just tired, and we did the entirety of the moon pretty much in, like, one sitting. Oh, is she... She's asleep on books. Y'shtola. Y'shtola.
I've never known Y'shtola to doze off in the middle of research before.
She must be tired. So we're just gonna wait? Okay. Y'shtola, how do you read?
Close my eyes for one moment. How long have you two been here?
You just arrived.
Did you now? I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me.
Jeez.
As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections.
Mm-hmm.
Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past.
Well, do I have the legend for you?
A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runar, but 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me? Alzadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished. An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Akiali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane, last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him, and be on our way.
Give me one moment. I need to respond to an email. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Love this theme. It's a good theme. Anything crazy new in this area? I don't think so. I don't like that they restricted flight in this area. I find that pretty cringe, honestly. J.
Ah, our illustrious champion. Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure. I am told a new expedition is in the offing.
Good to see you as well.
And thee. As ever, thou art the picture of strength.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loporrits had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
Okay.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Cryle. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loporrits now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts.
True.
Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon? So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation.
It's funny.
But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos?
Just like, we want to turn the moon into a giant dungeon. That's funny. Wait, is the moon...
Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity.
Is the moon the deep dungeon? Because if that's the case, that's hilarious.
I should be honored to accept thine invitation. How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Counting Estinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
Sure.
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
Ah, there he is.
All is well, I trust?
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross.
How was your pilgrimage?
Having an astrologian beside you on the road is surprisingly convenient. And it doesn't hurt that he's making strides with this light-hearted banter. In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seen fit to gather? Beneath the waters of the Bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporrits.
Ah, of course. And if you have Estinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, it is best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations.
True, we do
Till
have
we
to
meet again.
keep up pretenses that we're no longer actually working as an organization, because we're technically not.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
LOL. Youch. That's expensive. Cool. Look at this group. I send you to recruit Graha, and you return with an entire survey party. I hope Matsuya's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all. What he means is, we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. We are more than glad for the chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care to steer clear of the reefs and the shallows there. Aye, we'll keep an eye out. I want to pick good food. Skill speed, no. So I guess tenacity and determination it is. Azaldal's Legacy. Azaldal III. I confess I am somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? And what of the treasure he supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The math doth promise ruins, but beyond that we know not what we'll find. Not until we find it, aye. So let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault. Oh, dungeon. Dungeon! Well, we'll do it with a party of other players, because it's probably going to be quicker that way. Though the wait time, yeah, the wait time is going to be severe. So I can talk to you guys about what I was doing. Aside from creating this amazing glamour that I did, I also took the time to start leveling up Viper. And I kind of realized Viper in a lot of earlier dungeons, i.e. anything below level 80, really boring. Like, very boring. Post 80, though, pretty fun. Combo. I was thinking to myself about, like, the melee DPSs and why in specific I love Dragoon so much. And I think what it is I find the combo relatively simple, because it's basically just 1 through 5 and then 1 through 5, and you just keep repeating that. And you use a lot of OGCDs every little bit, right? And there's not much to really keep track of beyond just using your OGCDs when they come up. Similarly, Reaper is kinda the same, at least with Arcane Circle, and definitely Plentiful Harvest when I eventually get it. But the general rotation is not as fun. I don't like having to deal with Gallows, Gibbet, Guillotine, Bloodstock, Grimsword. I don't like it. It's not my favorite. It feels like my damage is super smoothed out, but it's still not even that good. And like, it doesn't feel like you're doing a lot of damage like it does with Dragoon, where when you're not doing your burst, it feels like you're doing pretty okay damage, but when you're doing your burst, you feel like you're doing an insane amount. Viper, probably just because Viper is new, Viper would struggle from the same thing of Reaper if it weren't for the fact that there's kind of like Vicewinder, which is the equivalent of Reaper's Bloodstock Gibbet Gallows stuff, is kind of just you use it when you're about to get 2 charges and not whenever one comes up you use it. Because it's like that and because it slows down your GCD and you have Twin Fang Twin Blood, it feels better. And yes, this is technically when your damage spikes, but it doesn't feel like it's crazy. The better part is the combos. And I've reflected on why people thought it was difficult, right? And that is almost surely because of simply not being able to like decipher this the moment the class is like given to you. This is a lot to take in. It is, because it looks like so much is happening in the class, but you have so few buttons, so it doesn't really make much sense. When in reality, it actually makes a lot of sense. In terms of combos, for both the AoE and the single target, you can basically just press one button for everything. So like, especially in AoE, like you literally just do this button, you do it again, it does the other one, you do it again, and then you use Serpent's Tail. And that's it. Then you go into doing Steel Maw. And then the follow-up to that one. And the follow-up to that one, and then you use Serpent's Tail. And you basically just do that back and forth. It only gets confusing if you decide to do Steel Maw, Reaving Maw, and then the ending combo one. It's only confusing if you do that. If you don't do that, it's not confusing at all. And the same thing goes for technically the single target. If you start with Reaving Fangs, and then do Swiftskin Sting, which is the one you want to do first anyways, right? If you want to do this buff first, just start with Reaving Fangs. Because then every single time you go to do a combo, you're always going to be doing Steel Fangs, Reaving Fangs, followed by Hunter Sting and Swiftskins respectively. Meaning, every time you do Reaving Fangs, you're going to do Swiftskins. And every time you do Steel Fangs, you're going to do Hunter Sting. And the only thing that'll change is whether or not you're doing Flanks or Hinds. And it'll technically make it so that it lines up with... It'll end up doing a combo of Reaving Fangs, Swiftskin, Hindsbane. And then the one right after will be Steel Fangs, Hunter Sting, Flank Strike. Which means you're literally just pressing the same button 3 times in a row. And then the only thing you ever have to think about is which button you're pressing for the last one. That's it. I find that, personally, super easy. And I figured that out pretty much yesterday. So when I saw, oh, what do I actually get for leveling up? Well, the first thing was Uncoiled Furies. Now, every single time you use one of the vices, you get an Uncoiled Fury. Uncoiled Furies are a nice little AoE on target hit. They take up the GCD, which is not my favorite. I much rather it be an OGCD, but I know that later it technically gets Twin Fang, Twin Blood follow-up, so I'm not as mad about it. It'll be much better when I get those things. When do you get those things? 92. Yeah. And let me just make sure how it works. I believe... allows the execution of Uncoiled Twin Fang or Uncoiled Twin Blood. And the moment you use it, the other one becomes available, right? Grants poised for Twin Blood. Yeah. So it's just like Hunter's Coil and Swiftskins, where the moment you press it, you get both. It'll work like that for Uncoiled. So that's cool, right? It'll work in very much the same way, especially since it has the same slow GCD that Hunter's Coil does. If anything, it's actually a little bit slower. Wow, it is a little bit slower. That's pretty crazy. But the nice thing about it is how free it is. It's kind of just, you use it whenever you want, and so long as you have the space to receive more when you do go and use your Vice Pit or your Vice Winder, you're fine. And I like that. That I like. And I think it's because of that that I actually am considering if I'm gonna have a secondary melee beyond Reaper, just purely because it shares armor with Dragoon, it's probably gonna be Viper. And it helps that Viper's just in a really good spot where it just does a lot of damage, even if it doesn't always feel like you're doing a lot, which was my other complaint. It does suffer kind of the Reaper, like, doesn't feel like it's doing a lot of damage, it's very spread out. But maybe Reaper and it will feel better when I have both of those awakening stuff unlocked. Oh no, I did the wrong combo, no! This looks fun. Ooh. Now how does that work? Dang it, I messed up again. What are these guys? Whoa. Cool. cool. Oops. Ah. Ooh. Salt-crusted teleporter. That's fun. Oh, are we going into the water? Ooh. This is cool. Whiff of passage detected, confirming bearer's identity. This is fun. I'm liking this dungeon thus far. Dungeon? What am I saying? Dungeon. I like this dungeon. I like it, this dungeon. That's a lot of stuff. Ooh, this looks fun. Whoa. Cool. I don't really know what's happening there, but... Ow. Cool. Ow. Oh, there it goes. This is a cool dungeon. I like it thus far. It's interesting. Oh, wow, they're already fighting. Well, we found the riches, which is cool. Awesome. Ooh. Here it is. Cool that we found the treasure. Ooh. Kabikulu. Looming Warden. That's funny looking. Ooh. A necklace. Oh no, I don't like the look of this arena. I don't like the spikes on the ground. Whoa, that was bright. Oh. What? Whoa. That's funny. What a funny mechanic. It's kind of funny. Oh, I love using Wormwind Thrust. It's so cool. I don't know what this is useful for. Oh. Ow. Oh, great. Here we go again. Oh! Ow, why? Ow! The heck? Awesome. And we leveled up. Wait, that's crazy. And we keep getting items. Oh gosh. Cool. I think everybody is left at this point. Yup. Hey, we got Rise of the Dragon, though. That's pretty awesome. What did we get? Wow, a lot of materia. That's pretty cool, actually. I'll take materia. Now, what did I actually get? I got... trousers. Trousers, huh? For monk. Don't need anything else. Oh, great. This wasn't... I don't see anything else. I don't think we got anything else. Well, earrings, maybe. Got that bracelet. Is there anything we can get rid of? There's probably so much we can get rid of here. I'm just gonna get rid of a ton of stuff here. We'll go through that later. Okay. Let's continue. We found it.
What have we here?
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Yeah.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Approach it.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Oh. Hi, Varshan. Did you know about this place?
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret.
Are we trespassing?
Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our union. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
Oh. Sealing what away exactly?
Perhaps I should simply show you.
Huh? Are you sure that's a good idea? If you don't want to, I mean, you can just explain it. Oh, the void. The void. She's smiling.
I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
Whoa. People keep getting added. Raha, Cryo, Yustola, Heidelin, Reflections, the Crystal Tower, Urion J, and now Vitra. Jeez. Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that they both allow passage between the Source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery. That swirling emptiness, it puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory.
Oh?
An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Meracidia.
Whoa.
The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them.
Ah, yeah.
Desperate to seize any advantage,
The
the
Warring Triad.
Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities.
Oh, that's right. The Warring Triad were Meracidian primals. Oh.
In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void.
Mm-hmm, I remember that.
Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya.
Oh. I remember you mentioning Ajdaya.
We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus, I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength.
Whoa.
I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Alag was dust, and the art to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure.
Okay.
It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used the simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of voidsent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed.
Oh.
'Twas but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Razat and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy siblings scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
Yeah. I remember when Nero turned purple.
Turned purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether. Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the first brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Oh, another use for it, huh?
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection. So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course. I wish only to forget the rest.
How did you create the Void Gate? Specifically, I'm sure your Stola wants to know. So, they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the Guardians you so handily destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended. Ah, my apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we would be happy to offer our assistance. That will not be necessary. As much as I retain spare vessels for myself, we would keep duplicate guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Razatan. The High Crucible of Alchemia. Alchemisti. I wanted that outfit so bad. The 5 outfit, man. I want it. I still want it. If there's a way to get it, I'll probably pay for it. I promised we would discuss the Void Gate further, but first I must attend to the matter of the Vault's Sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Kapikulu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage and see that it is conveyed to its post along with some few lesser constructs. Was it tomb robbers? Fiends born of the Tower of Zot? By the sisters, do not tell me a blasphemy yet roams free. Sorry. Why such guilty faces? Surely it isn't you who are responsible for this. Oh. Well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. Whoops. And with that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now, I believe you had questions? Quite a few, in fact, but I'd like to begin with the gate itself. It is still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemically forged lock and warded it with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would admit only the lowliest of void scent, and from this side no man would be able to pass through. No man? No man? I should think Alphinaud would fit, given a firm enough push. Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. And yet you succeeded in expanding this diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum to the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemist, I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead, I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Ajdaya, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus has the gate lain dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with a cloud of darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken and the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another voidsent, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the Bounty Gate. Mayhap you could resume the search for your sister. As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. Ah, I had meant to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place?
To see if the legends were true.
As you have seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real, if not its rumored origin, but I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. I've been adding to that trove for years, little by little, but the time has come to spend it, that I might alleviate my people's suffering.
Then we are of one mind. I had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? Yup.
Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You are most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission.
Would that I can join thee in thy study, but the Loporrits will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you.
And I must be off to Charlene as well. Mistress Cryle was eager to speak with you about that request, so please come back to the annex as soon as you're able. Farewell for now. We can discuss my findings once I return. You'll not be rid of me so easily.
Alright, and there they go. Back to their respective jobs.
You may now undertake the Chronicles of a New Era quest series, Myths of the Realm. Speak with the fresh-faced student at the Baldessian Annex to accept the first quest.
Ah, that would be the Alliance raid. Which I believe is a very cool Alliance raid series.
The difficult part in all this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance in these deliberations?
Anything to make up for the constructs we broke, of course. I'll just say of course.
Thank you, Cole.
Cole and I are in this together. I will follow his example.
Meanwhile, elsewhere.
Ooh. Is this in the void? What is this? That's a throne. What is this? Oh, is this that thing again? Is that Varus?
Oh, no, it's not. Oh, it's Garland.
It's Chaos. And those are the fiends.
Oh, that's so cool. Awesome. Those are the fiends. And this is Garland. Chaos. I sensed the breach. I sensed the breach of the gate, but it was not instigated from this side. It was thrown open from the other. I too felt it. A rare occurrence, yes, but such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. The opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have awaited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. Yet we must not underestimate he who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. Bah! Let him come. I will drown the world and watch this fleshling gasp for breath in his final moments. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Think back at our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember why we cede not our will to fight. 'Tis time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. Awesome. That's cool. That's pretty exciting. That looks like it's gonna be a fun time. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Paul, you are to visit Akyali and Yedlimad. Speak with Matsya and his people, and listen to their grievances. Istinian, I bid you do the same at Palaka's stand. I will be conducting my own inquiries at the Giant Skull grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene in Megaduta. Awesome! Now, where's the nearest Aether current? Oh, I don't need an Aether, right? I just need to go to Yedlimad. Or, yeah, Yedlimad. Cool. So my idea that I just kind of came up with for today is I would like to do the end of 6.1 today. I'd like to do all the MSQ to the end of 6.1, leave myself ready to do 6.2 and more tomorrow. And the reason I say and more is because tomorrow I should be a little more free, and over the weekend I should definitely be more free. But today I'm not so much. Today I do have class in the evening, along with just a couple other things. So if we can finish 6.1 today, I'll call it after that. Oh, Cole, I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You finished with the boat, then? Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Kozol's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can. Rip Kozol. I'm sad about Kozol. He was cool. And he was very much just like... He was a busy guy. He had his work that he needed to do, and he was just so busy. Poor guy. Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first visit to Thavnir, then you must try my special Amra lassie. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally I'd part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil, but for you, I'm willing to go as low as even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me. Still not turning a profit these days. Times are harsh, my friend. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sister, spare me. We might as well have had that ugly tower back from the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices. I tell you, if I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street. How fares the port? How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now that the danger has passed, certainly. No small number of merchants have had to sell their ships in order to make ends meet in such short term. Add to that the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Kozal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a good man who got things done. God rest his soul. You've spoken with key local figures and gained an understanding of the populous hardships. Varshan awaits your report to Megaduda. Ah, the poor people. Ah, my advisor's returned. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling, to say the least. There are a few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palaka Stand were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yedlimad. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs for the most part. Palaka Stand has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant skull to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Thavnir has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akyali and Yedlimad? Much the same. Yeah. I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yedlimad. I'm reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beast sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale, repeated over and over. So many lives lost. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome, but we will not. Paul, Estinian, I will consider the perspectives you brought me and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries.
I thank you for your attendance. The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Alzadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Kalzar's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
It's so low. Gotta like raise the volume.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. A simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Taxes, levy them on trading profits in exchange for your investment. It takes a village. Oh boy. Taxes, levy them on trade profits in exchange for your investments. No, it takes a village.
Of course, we must all look out for one another.
Easier said than done, still.
Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
Why not honor one of your most successful merchants? Something with Kalzal seems appropriate.
A fitting candidate. Kalzal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavne, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores.
That's so true. Wow, this is...
Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Mirad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Yeah.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. I'm reminded of Ishgard.
Ooh, direct hit and determination. Oh boy, my inventory is getting full. Is there anything I don't want in here? There's a lot of spell speed materia. I got a lot of materia just in general. A lot of materia I don't need. I should probably be selling this stuff, huh? Yeah, make a profit. Thank you for putting forth Kalzal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Y'shtola. She asked that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood. Thank you. Y'shtola must have finished her study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say then? I will go with you. I thought the satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have been the well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Ahiwan assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. And I am curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish. Allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. Oh boy. This is probably quicker. What is the point of that? What is the point of this aether current when it's so far from where everybody gathers in the High Crucible of Alchemy? What is the point of it? This was 100% quicker.
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Relax, Custodian.
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first.
Ah, yes. The Starry Gap. Filled with weird shards. And craziness.
You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first.
Yeah.
The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many void scent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power.
Oh, this is Tamtara. Cool.
To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate.
Yes.
The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner.
So how do we get gargoyles?
Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain exarch dragged us to the first.
Oh. Interesting.
And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th.
Huh. Which is why you see those orbs go into statues.
Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Ah. Interesting.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through.
Mm-hmm.
Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse.
Right.
Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
Okay.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Ah, go to the other side and figure it out, huh?
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
Ah, that sounds like a wonderful challenge.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
Awesome. Count me in.
I had a feeling you might say that. Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands. That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single void scent will be allowed to threaten Radzat-Han, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daymir was overseeing the project.
Daymir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
That's interesting.
A man-made void scent?
How does that...
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daymir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
Oh. So the answer
if
lies in
that's true,
Charlene.
then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
Labyrinthos. Or Numenon. With Graha's favorite place to sneak around.
Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves, I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
Sounds like a good idea.
Let us be on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
Here we go. Give me a moment. I need to respond to something, so I'll be right back.
Alright, I'm back. Hello again. Apologies for the break, but we're ready to continue. If we're to enter Numenom's restricted archives with a minimum of fuss, then we must secure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind? What of Scaliarch Monteshang? He did come to Graha's defense during the inquiry, after all. 'Tis settled. Let us head to Phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. Well, I'm surely gonna use this, because why wouldn't I? Catch up, Y'shtola. Oh, you were here before me. How'd you do that? This is a quest I want to do. But I will do it probably on a later time. So, bear with me. I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7, and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. I never had the chance to attend this studium. Neither did Thancred, as I recall. Soon after Master Louiswall took him in off the streets, he was put in the care of another Archon. He was a rigorous and practical education in the art of espionage and survival. I sometimes wonder what my life might have been had I pursued. I sometimes wonder how my life would have been like had I pursued studies here instead. Should I wonder as well? Should I wonder as well? Oh, never mind me. It was just an idle thought. Monteshang. Ah, visitors, and quite esteemed ones of that. What may I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusion, Scaliarch, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archives. Oh, no furtive forays into the stacks this time, eh? I applaud this newfound sense of propriety. Yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumptions is correct, the research left behind by House Daemir has lain dormant in Sharlayan's archives for many centuries. And if you unearthed this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void? That is, in fact, precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? I've developed a method of traversing the rift, for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future, and yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Ha 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 ha! Marvelous. An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I for one do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason not to present your request to the Forum's consideration. Although, your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Why, Master Fulchino, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured companions. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Fulchino on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well. We will pay a visit to the Levier estate and plead our case. Ah, one last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager, so if you could see your way to indulging an old man's curiosity. Of course, Skaliak. We will be sure to pass on any revelations. Cool. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. And now, back to the Aether Current, or Aether Net, to go to the Levier estate. House Levier. What is happening to my mouse? Weird. Ah, Master Cole, Mistress Yustola. How may I be of service? We've come to speak with Master Fulchino. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the Master is in residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. Well, well. Millions would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. Have you some matter of import to discuss? Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Skaliak Montecheng expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you we will not attempt to circumvent the form's authority again. Unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do not understand. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequence of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister. She was his guardian and his friend. A selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up on thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days. Loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. 'Tis no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursuit all the same. As one who fears losing his own loved ones and spending years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Awesome. Do not celebrate just yet. The forum must still be convened. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberation. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Baldessian Annex. Okay. Baldessian Annex it is. A mission in Mordona? Is that... Ah, that is
That's the myth of the realm alliance raid. I won't bother. I just figured it's new, so it must be. Ooh. So, what did the forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Charlene, and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed that allowing you entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, as I am sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor and bid you good day. Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising? Aye. But that very stoicism is exactly what Charlene needed to guide it through not one, but 2 exoduses. That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on these forbidden tomes, and now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding House Damia's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. Oop, oop. Bop. Monteshane. Ooh. You'll be headed directly to the archives from here, I presume? You presume correctly. Then you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. Oh, it was my pleasure, believe me. May you find the knowledge you seek. Shall we? Y'shtola is now accompanying me. Yada rada rada, rada rada. Awesome. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Awesome. Come on, Y'shtola. Look, it's pudding way. To think the set of instructions I laughingly imagine may actually exist but yalms away from where you found me napping. If I had known the Al-Zadal III's exploit sooner, I could well have saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom, a lesson I had already learned but clearly not taken to heart. Archon, Y'shtola, and guest identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Follow me, if you would. Watch your step, and please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. Oh, it's the Great Google music. I think it's Great Google Hard. That's cool.
If House Damia's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
Oh boy. I love this. This song is cool. I like this song a lot. And it is the Great Google Library Hard theme. I don't know what it's called exactly, but I do know that it's that one. Ooh, we get to read some of these. These are cool. Today, in a world not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren, eyes blazing not with hunger, but trembling like a candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential, insignificant even. All that matters is the love I feel for this exquisite, transcendent being. Though you are tempted to read more, this does not seem to be the volume you are seeking. Ugh. Weird. Weighty tome. In the year 1564 of the 6th Astral Era, the Amalja summoned Ifrit, their patron god. Accounts describe the being as a gigantic lizard-like being with a potent command of fire-aspected magics. If we consider that primal summoning is an act fueled by faith and prayer, it is unsurprising, if not expected, that the resulting deiform entity should manifest the appearance and powers with which it is attributed by its worshippers. What then might emerge from the aether should one who believes in an almighty omniscient attempt the same ritual? Would the scholar himself grace us with his presence? Some other embodiment of divine sagecy? Sage city? Could this man-made god truly be all-knowing? If it were, whence would such knowledge arise? I myself had many questions concerning the nature of the ancient world. With no spell to transport me back to the days of old, could I instead summon a being possessed of encyclopedic wisdom of every age? Yet with no means to verify its pronouncements, how could one be certain they were true? Your mind spins with the possibilities discussed therein. This does not seem to be the volume you are seeking. I'd like to make sure I'm reading all possible ones, because I feel like there's some fun insights here. The following pages detail an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Noshan, the 9th Patriarch of House Damer. We present these research notes to the faculty of Charlene's Studium as both a token of our friendship and an expression of our boundless admiration. You appear to have located the forbidden volume you seek. Your stola will need to make the final confirmation. Found it. Have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies. I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by the contents. She's like, it's all forbidden, I must read. Well done, Call. I think you may have found our prize.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damia's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about.
Well? Oh, those things. I've seen those
Among the
things.
ranks of the Void Sent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond.
Yeah.
The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard.
Yeah. We've seen these before. They were in the Crystal Tower. They were in... where else were they? They were somewhere else that I'm trying to remember.
From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. A talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate.
Whoa. Oh.
Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism.
Whoa.
We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos.
That's how they made a man-made Voidborn. Whoa. Interesting.
How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon void scent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales.
Mm-hmm.
And still, House Daemir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive.
Yeah.
It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves? But that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
Well, there goes the forbidden section. Sad. Eorzea, the 7th Umbral Calamity. Oh no, my mouse. My mouse! Please, come on, thank you. I hate it when it does that. It happens rarely, and then the fact that it's happening today means it's gonna be rough if I decide to do anything after. As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my fields of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hainish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daemir project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the Forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron mode disabled. Security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nidhana can. I say we return to Thavnir and look for her at the great work. Am I going this way when she's clearly over here? Nidhana! Nidhana. Y'shtola tells me you're pursuing a most fascinating study, and that you want me to be a part of it. I have no doubt you'll be interested. This research log should speak for itself. You brought the tome with you? Is that legal? Will it now? By the sisters! This is the mark of House Daemir. I've never even knew such a work existed. Few should. It was sequestered in the Numenon's restricted archives, after all.
It was. But that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. A forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand? I can hardly wait to read it. To think the Daemir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many invocations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder? Now that you have glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new mock Atmos? I say yes! 1,000 times yes! Work on a Daemir project that has even been redoubtable scholars of... that had even the redoubtable scholars of Charlene trembling in their sandals? No alchemist of the great work could resist. You are a woman after my own heart. Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big-mouthed simulacrum once we've built it? Go through. So there's a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty? Today is a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our man-made Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we've finished gathering the components I require. Charlian's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals, but I might need help obtaining a small quantity of ashly-infused water. For such a liquid, you need go no further than the font of Maya. The ascetics of old once favored the place for their meditations, and the water which pools there now is known to enliven the flow of aether. That sounds perfect. If you would be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Vitra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? We'll meet back here anon. Okay. I bit my lip, and it might be bleeding, which isn't great. Not great. But I can live with it. Oh yeah, it's definitely bleeding. Taste that iron. Ugh. My mouse! No, stop doing that. The problem is I pick up my mouse a lot when I'm using it, so it ends up just kind of sometimes getting lost if it's a little dirty or something. Plus it's an old mouse, so it's not like the best. And if my desk mat is a little dirty for whatever reason, that doesn't help. There's a lot of factors that cause it to be annoying. Oh hey, Estinian. Do you have that flask for me? Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Carl. Tenacity. Ooh. Accessories of... Well, we gotta do slaying, right? Well, slaying isn't the same as maiming. Oh, but it looks like they have all of it, so slaying must cover maiming as well. Look who I came across. Estinian seemed in need of diversion, and we, in turn, may have need of his lance. Right then, we have our little party assembled. Let us make our way to the ruins. Will we have need of Matsuya's boat again? Not this time. Not this time. Once Y'shtola informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akyali.
Your Excellency is ever the gracious host. Shall we? Oh, I need to go to Akiali? Yeah, okay. Akiali it is. Thavnir is a very pretty place. The stone being purple, for one thing, is very cool. It's the first time I've seen it in, like, the day, and it looks, like, nice. Without a looming tower over there. The ship is yours to command. Our thanks. We set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting! Al-Zadal's legacy, to see the truth of a legend with mine own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There is something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater.
Why?
Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
Understandable.
So, this is an experiment of sorts?
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Might as well go myself. Say nothing and look meaningfully at Estinian. Maybe send a familiar. Might as well go myself. Right, because...
And how would you do that? The gate is still too small for any of us to pass through.
Oh.
Estinian is correct, which is why I've elected to send a familiar in our stead.
Ah. Stick my head through. Maybe.
Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
What are you summoning? Hello? What are you creating here?
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born.
Huh?
Water, water, froth and foam!
Huh? Oh, is it just a little water spirit?
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate.
Oh, she's just embarrassed. That's what she's.
I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve us well. This one will bear a warding scale.
And the other one won't.
And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nadana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
Froth and foam.
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know. Let us begin, shall we?
That theme of the
Nixies, into the void.
Matoya's like workshop, the nice. And now we wait.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side.
Oh. Oh, the poor thing.
Thank you, little one. You did well.
Oh, the poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
We're out of time. I must reseal the void gate.
Uh-oh.
They're coming through!
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Oh? What was that?
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct, then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
It's not pretty.
My apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Una Kalhai, the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad?
Yeah.
He explained the fate of the 13th thus. The champions of that ill-fated world used the stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition?
I mean, yeah. Strange beasts.
I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first, I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could, if I had the relevant manual to hand. Might I snowball to request access to the Star Trek family archives?
Oh.
Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back at the city then.
Vitra is very concerned. Understandably. He's not very happy. Slaying copper. Let's see how that looks. Alright. Boom, boom, boom. Gonna have to clear out our inventory soon. How much criticals? How many skill speed did I get from this? Oh. Only on that one? Oh, that's awesome. It's only on this one. That's minimal skill speed then. Awesome. It's just a little bit, which means I'm at 2.47. That's good. That's good. That's good. It's not super fast and not super slow. Great. Once Nidana succeeds in replicating the Mach Atomos, this door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing over the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I've no interest in visiting the Void myself. Might we discuss this later? There's something I must do first. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Shall we proceed with the other preparations then? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bear from this other source of aetheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the Void's influence for a prolonged length of time. And I think that is a problem we can address without involving this... And I think that this is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemist who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? Garland Ironworks. An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself was no stranger to the Void and its volatile energies. With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding scales. Come, let us visit their operation in Rauger's Reach and commission their best and brightest. Let's go. Oh, and it automatically teleported us. They're so kind. Cool. What brings it to the Ironworks? We have a commission for you and your president, actually, assuming he's available. Master Sid, certainly. I'll see if he has a moment free. Sid. A pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading into the Void to find a lost dragon? That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after Meteon and that bloody mess. Alright, Let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation? It seems some manner of corrosion has set in around a scratch on its surface, much as the void corrupt seeped into Nero's through his wounds. In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place.
And how might we achieve that?
We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity, so as not to impede the talisman's primary function.
A suit of armor, as you said.
Nero has compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design just to be sure. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear, I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars.
Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait.
Ha! The hard part will be ducking Jessie and her constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do.
I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nadana is getting on with the mock Atmos.
Are you gonna teleport me there too? That would be great. No? Okay, very cool. And by very cool, I mean not very cool.
Hey, Stola. The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial Atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless? Heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now,
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Sir Estinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan!
Oh.
You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again, too.
Aww. To protect them well, you must take heart.
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you. And here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzatan. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavnair for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
You surprise me, Stinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vricha reach this conclusion.
'Twas always for the greater good. The worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night, and had travelers believing the palace racked by some unnatural storm.
What of your own answer, then? You seem disinclined to venture into the void.
When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage my rage, and the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Ratatoskir's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vricha that pain, then I will follow you.
Any other former scions we should call on? I'd rather not bother our comrades with aught less than a dire threat to the star. We four should be sufficient for our purpose. Now, on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan, as such, is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. It would be more convenient had we some manner of base camp near to the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduta.
Okay.
Megaduta. How many people have made jokes about this being called the Megaduta? I have yet to make one, but I've definitely thought of them. And so we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All the chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. Literally every room in the palace is full of treasure. That's insane. As you heard, we'll have you settled in Megaduta in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Azjaya. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail, I am grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidana. If you have preparations to make ere we venture into the 13th, now is the time.
All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Host to pass the time before we depart.
You know what this means to me, Cor, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience, for you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. I know this.
True. So true.
And with that, we will be ending today's stream. Well, after this cutscene, it seems. Meanwhile, on the 13th. Ooh, are we gonna get to see more chaos? Yeah.
So this isn't Chaos. This is something else. It looks like... Yeah, it looks like Xenos' Reaper. I mean, when you consider that you have to commune with the Void in order to get Reaper to work. Yeah, it is. It's got that face thing. So without Xenos, it's been left wandering. But it is Xenos' Void scent.
And thus I am returned.
Yeah.
To this world, bereft of saviors.
I wonder what the implications are there. But, for now, my name has been Sources Supreme. This has been Final Fantasy XIV. I hope you guys have enjoyed. If you want to catch these streams when they happen, go ahead, follow me on YouTube, on Twitter, and here on Twitch so you can stay notified of when I go live. And if you miss any VODs, if they're still here on Twitch, you can watch them there, or you can go to YouTube, Sources Supreme VOD, where I post all of my VODs pretty much the day after I stream them, assuming nothing happened in the stream that caused a good couple issues, in which case I might not have posted them yet. But I hope you've enjoyed, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. Goodbye.